Well, good morning all. It is 9 o'clock. We'll bring this council meeting for August 6th, 2025 to order. For those that are able, please stand and join us and we'll sing the anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. We'll get better in time.
Didn't hear Jim there.
Yeah, Jim wasn't singing too loud there, but next time. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers for open forum? Sorry? Oh, I apologize. Councillor John is going to do the land acknowledgement.
Thank you.
Please.
As we gather, we recognize and acknowledge the traditional keepers of this land with whom we share today. The Township of Southgate is a part of the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, Six Nations of the Grand River, Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, Haudenosaunee, and Métis, and Saugeen Métis. The lands that surround us is part of who we are. As it reflects our histories, may we live in peace and friendship with all its diverse people.
Thank you, Joan. Madam Clerk, is there anyone registered for open forum?
None today, Mayor.
Thank you. Need a confirmation of the agenda as presented. Jason, seconded by Jim. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. Is there any declaration of pecuniary interest related to any item on today's agenda? Not seeing any. If one should arise during the course of the meeting, you can declare it at that time. I don't believe we have any delegations or presentations. So we have the adoption of the minutes of July 2nd of this year, council and closed session meetings as presented. Someone care to move those? Joan, seconded by Barb. Any discussion? All those in favor? Barb, did you? Oh, sorry. All those in favor? Thank you. So we have a closed meeting. Our first of this meeting. We have two. We'll have one later at the usual time, but we're going to have a closed meeting right now session related to a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. And specifically, this is related to development negotiations. Someone care to move that, please? Martin, seconded by Jim. Thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. So the council and staff will proceed into the closed session room. Okay, we are back in open session and I can report that we only discussed the item that was listed on the closed meeting agenda. So moving on, we have reports of municipal officers, beginning with emergency services. I believe Chief Melnick is on the line. Yes, he is. Welcome. Good morning, sir. And the floor is yours to discuss a bylaw regarding fireworks. Sorry? Okay, thank you. Barb moves, seconded by Martin. Thank you. Chief, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, members of council. Through the mayor, we received reports for requests for an exemption to the firework bylaw by Jackie Beacon for requesting to light fireworks off on Labor Day weekend. She lives out in the rural area. On her application that she submitted, it said that she didn't notify residents within the area. So I did call her and ask, and part of the reason why she just selected that was the fact that all the neighbors in the past have come over to watch the fireworks. So they're all included and welcome into it. Apparently they have been doing this for about 20, 25 years. I did speak to the bylaw department and they don't remember or have anything on file for firework complaints for this area. So as per the bylaw, it's coming to council to see if you guys want to grant an exemption to allow the applicant to light fireworks off on Labor Day weekend.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, sir. Planning Department, we have a report here regarding a site alteration permit application from Ruben S. Martin. Someone care to move that, please? Jason and Martin, thank you. Victoria. Good morning.
I believe that's Bill.
Oh. Where'd he go? There he is. Bill.
Hi.
Welcome.
Mayor Millen, members of council and staff, it's a pleasure to be in the chambers with you today. I'm going to present a few of the site alteration permit materials and a couple of others.
Sorry, I'm having trouble.
So this details, this report pertains to 226-168 Southgate Road 22. You hear me okay?
Okay.
And it's a site alteration permit on a farm property. The site alteration bylaw does have exemptions for agriculture in some cases, but this one exceeds the amount of normal fill amounts and also pertains to not agricultural land, but what buildings that would be associated with it. So this one has, as I mentioned, a farm cluster, and it also has an on-farm diversified use already on the property. They're going to place some 4,400 cubic meters of fill to the west and south of the farm cluster. And they've complied with all the details required under the site alteration bylaw. They have a site alteration agreement that pertains to this project that I believe has been executed. There's $5 million of insurance, $50,000 letter of credit, and $10,000 of deposit required under this process. And it's supervised by an engineering firm as well. So staff are recommending that you consider approving this site alteration permit subject to the normal conditions that are listed in Schedule C, and that if there are any other requirements of the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, they also have to meet those.
Very good. Thank you, Bill. Questions from council? Discussion? Barb?
Thank you, through you. And I have two questions. One, what if the shop already exists? What is the purpose of all this fill? Is it to expand their shop, to expand their outdoor storage? Is it farming?
If I may, through
Yes, Bill,
Mayor Millen,
please.
it is, I believe, for another barn. It's agricultural related, but not related to the shop or the on-farm diversified use.
Go ahead.
So my other concern about this is the haul route. I did a little bit of digging over the last 24 hours. I did express to you that there appeared to be a miss in the staff report where it says they'll go along Highway 89, Shelburne to Gray Road 9. But it doesn't say Highway 10 or Gray Road 8. Then they would proceed to Side Road 19 to Southgate Road 22. When I asked that question, it was determined that they're planning on coming up Highway 10, not Grey Road 8, and coming through Dundalk past High Point School. And I have a problem with that. So if that is the case, and maybe our roads department can speak to what their preference is, but I would entertain putting forward an amendment to change the haul route based on what the determination is from staff.
Okay, thank you. John?
Thank you, through you. We had been in discussion with Triton to change the haul route earlier. And looking at another version that was submitted, it's still not what we would like to see. We would like to see them come across Highway 89 from Shelburne, north up Grey Road 8, west on Grey Road 9, and then north on Southgate Side Road 19 to access the property would be the favorable one from the townships.
Barb?
Do we know if there's an issue with the county? Are they putting up any objection to them using Grey Road 8? Or I guess they haven't been notified because it wasn't going to be a requirement.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to them on that matter. The potential issue would be that Grey Road 8 is restricted in the spring. It's a half load road, but so is Southgate or Side Road 19. So it would be, they would have to be half loads going in there anyways.
Go ahead.
I'm prepared to make the amendment. Mayor Milne, are they not planning on doing this now? Like, I would imagine they're ready to push the button. This goes through, they can actually get the fill in before half load season even goes into effect.
I can't speak to that.
Right.
Ken or Bill would be better for that.
Bill?
As far as I know, they're interested in moving ahead as soon as possible, but I haven't spoken to them directly.
Okay, so you're making your amendment?
I would make an amendment to change the haul route to require the fill to travel along Highway 89 to Grey Road 8, north to Grey Road 9, west to Side Road 19, then north to 22.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Martin, thank you. Any discussion on the amendment itself? Just to clarify, John, that is the preferred route as far as you're concerned?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to call the vote on the amendment. All those in favor? That is carried. So now we're back to the original motion as amended. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, John. And Bill for that one. I'm just a little bit discombobulated because my electronic version does not match with what the printed paper has in front of me here for some reason. So is the next report regarding a zoning bylaw amendment for Edwin Frey? Okay, so that's all right. Good. So this is a zoning bylaw amendment. Is there a mover for this one? Please. Jim, seconded by Jason. Who's taking Victoria?
That'll
please.
be me.
Welcome
Thank
this morning.
you. Good morning. So the applicant is proposing a rezoning for an on-farm diversified use. So the zoned area is located approximately 265 meters from the east lot line and a maximum of 100 meters from the front lot line, and will be located outside of the EP zone as well. So they're looking to permit a 675 square meter workshop, 75 square meter power room, and 350 square meter outdoor storage area as well. The zoned area is about 7,728 square meters. Again, the OFD would remain secondary to the primary agricultural use of the lands. They're proposing as well a farmhouse, horse barn, shed, and beef barn as well. Some details for the property, some flat rolling cash crops. You can see that on attachment 2 in staff's report. Heavily treed and vegetated areas on the eastern portion of the site as well. Nearby lands are mainly agricultural with some existing OFDUs as well. Naturalized areas. Comments are also found on page 4 of staff's report. Township Public Works notes that a commercial entrance is required. As well, Six Nations requests a stage 1 archaeology assessment and associative archaeological assessment report as well. And any archaeology that proceeds after, they would require some monitors on site for participation. There's some buffering that's proposed, minimum of 3 meters in height, and would be enforced through future site plan agreements. So at this point, staff are recommending approval of the permitted or proposed OFDU on site. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Victoria. Are there any questions or discussion from council? Okay, not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? I'm going to ask again. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried. Thank you, Victoria. Moving on to the next report regarding a township zoning bylaw amendment for decks and accessory structures. Someone care to move that, please? Jim, seconded by Joan. Thank you. Bill, is that, you have your microphone on? Is that yours? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Milne, members of council and staff. This fairly significant change to some of your base zoning requirements began last fall, 2024, with a report that outlined most of these changes. And then there was a statutory public meeting in February. It was also part of the fall open house that you did with on-farm diversified uses. And throughout these processes, there has not really been any objection or concern expressed with them. They're very technical and detailed in nature. And the main reason that staff felt it was important to undertake it was because, frankly, the existing accessory building rules were not clear. There was some grammatical errors in it. It didn't make a lot of sense in terms of what the reason you have accessory building rules are, to allow certain things to be within side yards that main buildings can't be in. So that's what we as a group designed to bring forward to you back last fall. That was subject to those public initiations that you had, and that are now before you today in more of a final form, including a bylaw. A couple of definitions are in this proposal for carport, and the bylaw never made a distinction for carports and garages, so they're allowed to be attached to homes as well now, and encroach into certain yards. Definitions of required setback and required yard. There's a difference between that and what an actual yard is. Again, it's very technical, and I can answer questions if you need clarification on it. Also, we're changing the rules in several of your residential zones, basically to require a larger side yard for homes that don't have attached garages or carports. That way they don't build, wall to wall on the yard, and all the parking, if they wanted it in the future, would have to be out front. It allows room for a carport to be built in the future on the side. And then there's also some rules, as I mentioned, to clarify things for the public and staff as to what's allowed and what's not allowed. And also in line with your additional residential units that you've approved. This does now allow for one habitable building in a rear yard that meets those ARU rules and is connected to municipal services, and does comply with all the remaining requirements in the zoning bylaw. And that's a mandated thing from the province. So, and you can't have rules that restrict that to any degree. So that was not allowed under your previous accessory building rules. It now would be allowed if council chooses to move ahead with the bylaw. And the final point would be the swimming pool regulations in the zoning bylaw needed to be clarified. And also at the time, staff felt it was important to put in some safety regulations regarding self-closing gates and other safety features in pools. So that's the nature of that amendment.
Very good. Thank you, Bill. Any questions or discussion from council? Joan, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. It was very extensive report. I read and just a few questions. Actually, I'll start. You use the word encroachment a lot, and I see that what if we're really bad neighbors and I have to encroach in my neighbor's to do my air condition or something, but why are we now so close to encroachment in this report?
Yep. Please,
That's
Bill, your microphone's not on. There you go. Thank you.
if I may, that's a practical consideration now that a lot of these units are on the outside. They're significant and they do sit within what would be called a required main building setback. And so there has been some discussion from other members of council and staff about how far is too far. In this case, what it says, say for an air conditioning unit, it's 1.2 meters that it could encroach. That's probably more than enough. So if that, because if you say had someone with a minimum setback, you could end up with their house a 1.2 meter encroachment and only a quarter of a meter or so to get by it. And if that happened on both sides, it would be tight. So that point has come up in other situations. So whereas you want developers to kind of not design their homes like that, it could happen. So if you wanted to reduce that potential for any kind of conflict, then that 1.2 meter encroachment could be reduced to 1 meter and still work. So I appreciate that concern. You just try and pick a number that sort of makes sense. But yeah, if everybody put their air conditioning unit out to 1.2 meters, you could have a spot where it's pretty tight if they're side by side. So that's one concern that's come out of this discussion. We did review this quite at length with the CBO and building staff. So we tried to come up with standards that make sense and are practical, but that one maybe is too much of an encroachment. If council wanted to reduce that, you could give that to your resolution and we could amend the bylaw accordingly, but I don't think it would be an issue. It's making something smaller, and you have every right to change the bylaw without further notice if you wish to do so.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Any further? Joan, are you good for now? Monica, you have your hand up. Go ahead. And then I have Martin. Yep.
Yes, thank you. Just through you, Chair, thank you for the great report. One of the questions was just with regards to equity for smaller lots. Some residents on smaller urban lots may find the 5% accessory lot coverage restrictive. Was there any consideration given to flexibility or exemption for lots under a certain size?
Bill?
If I may, Mayor Milne, that one was discussed at length, and it used to read at one point 15 square meters for every accessory building, and that would allow a 15 square meter accessory building on those smaller lots. But that's not big enough if your typical lot is in these new subdivisions, that would be probably close to or over 5%. So we've actually gone the other way in this, that it's 5% for everyone. So it's sort of equal based on your lot size. If they want to exceed that, then they would need to, on those smaller lots, apply for a variance. But we also did take out some things out of the definition of lot coverage. So if your patio is at grade or a swimming pool is at grade, they're not included in lot coverage. So there is some exemptions to recognize it. But the 5%, we went with that instead of 15 square meters, because then on a larger lot, you could have a larger building because you have more land to cover. So we felt that was fair and would avoid more variances, because the idea is to not encourage variances. So yeah, we did go the other way on that one, if I may.
And Chair, may I just have a quick follow-up?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Bill, for that clarification. One more thing, to my understanding, the report recommends no further notice under section 3417. Can staff confirm there are no material changes that differ significantly from what was presented at the statutory meeting?
Bill?
I can verify that. The one change we made was what we just talked about, changing the 15 square meters to 5% lot coverage. And the others were mostly grammatical and some clarifications on lot coverage that I mentioned previously just now. So they're not substantive changes. And to my way of thinking, they make it in some cases less restrictive, but I don't think there was any opposition at all to being a little less restrictive on this. So it's and council's decision, if they choose not to give further notice, is not challengeable. So
Okay,
I think there's been more than adequate notice given.
thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Martin?
Bill, I had a question about the air conditioning too. With the lot sizes for the subdivisions, they want the density, they're not building up, is there a safety issue with this? Like, you said you can't tell the builder where to put the mechanic room. But if there is some kind of issue like that, can we not say in a site plan that you put the air conditioning or the ground pump or whatever at the back of the house? Just for that egress? Because you did say if they were both on the same side, then that there would be difficult. I'm just thinking of, because it's tight now to get to the back of the house in the subdivision. So why make it worse? Like, is that something that we could put in the bylaw or just
Bill?
leave the bylaw as it is and say, hey, you're building this, like, it makes sense. You don't have to rewrite the bylaw. Just talk to the developer and say, whatever. So.
Right. If I may, through the normal subdivision development, those decisions that you're making can be a little more flexible. So you would say, move it to the back, because why would you put it there? It's right next to this house. So these rules will, anybody retrofitting or adding, say, central air to their home in an existing home, they may have no choice but to put it at the side. So this would allow for that to occur. But and only so much of that is regulated through the building permit process. So I don't know how much you have beyond the setback provision, but yeah, I think your CBO is pretty well informed, and when they see these issues, they can point them out. But I think we want to be permissive to allow people to do this stuff, but not so permissive that maybe they could create a conflict. So that's why I'm suggesting if you wanted to reduce that encroachment from 1.2 meters for those things to 1, then that would make some sense.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm glad I asked the question because I never thought of a retrofit or somebody wanting to put in after the fact. So it covers both bases, what you're saying. So that's good. Thank you very much.
Barb?
Thank you. And through you to Bill, interesting that in a previous home ownership where there was 3 meters between the houses, the mechanical units were in the rear yard. And when we looked to move the air conditioner to the side yard, we were prohibited from doing so. It was in the zoning, or it was in the bylaw, whatever. We weren't site plan. We weren't allowed to move it to the side to give us peace in our rear yard. And they built the houses so that the openings of the opposing house were not on that same side. But for access to the point that was made about, fire suppression, they're already struggling to get into backyards to fight a fire. If they had air conditioning units, can we not require that mechanical devices be put in the rear yard as was suggested?
I suppose you could write a zoning rule that prohibited them in the side yard.
Yeah.
I see the CBO is online. Should we maybe
Yeah.
ask him for some comments?
Thank you.
Sorry, Bill, did you have anything else to add at the moment?
No,
If I may, one more.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to finish the thought, 0.25 meters, allowing it from, 1.2 meters to as minimum of 0.25. That means you are trespassing on other people's property in order to maintain, and I can't support that. So 1.2 with as little as 1 maybe, or or prohibiting them from going into the side yards to begin with, if it's permitted. Thank you.
No, no worries. Phil, I'm sure you're listening to this. Do you want to add anything, Phil?
The only thing, we don't issue permits for an air conditioner. So there's nothing that we couldn't stop them. It would be a bylaw complaint. That's if they put them in the side yard. And at the building permit stage, we can't tell them where to put their mechanical room.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Barb? Oh, I see Monica, so I'll take Monica next, but Barb, you go ahead.
Thank you. And this is directly to Phil and to Bill. So I understand we can't dictate where they put the internal mechanical room, but are we not able to dictate where anything external to the home, if it encroaches on a neighboring property, we should have some control?
If I may, that I believe you do. If anybody wanted to take you to court on whether that's a building or structure subject to zoning, they'd have to do that. But I think my position would always be that it is a building or structure that's subject to setback requirements, even though it's not subject to a building permit. So I believe you could regulate that and enforce that if you needed to. So if you're inclined to not allow that kind of encroachment at all in side yards, then you could either take that out or have staff bring back a report to amend it again, however you wish to handle it. But
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Bill. Monica?
Thank you, Chair. So just for public communication and implementation support, often I know myself just as a resident really rely on clear communication. And again, I appreciate the clarity these zoning changes are bringing. So as someone who does regularly engage with residents navigating the permit process, and I know that clear communication and accessible tools are just as important as policy updates. Will staff be preparing simplified materials, even like visual guides or handouts, something on the website to help homeowners and builders easily understand the new requirements for decks, pools, carports, and accessory structures?
Bill?
you have many reports, but if you want to go through the link to the first one, there are some pictures there, and I don't see there isn't any reason we couldn't put those on the website with whatever as samples of what's been adopted if council chooses to adopt that.
Yep.
I would say I would suggest trying to go ahead with some of these other provisions, because I know there are people that are kind of watching, and it will help the CBO with permits that are kind of waiting to see what happens. But if you wanted to pull that particular part or just change that encroachment a little bit, I think you could do that on the air conditioning units, but
On the bylaw itself when it comes
Yeah.
later in the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Madam Clerk, is that agreeable? Yeah, okay. All right, so councillors that have that concern can mull that over until we get to the bylaw. Barb?
One additional question, and through you to Bill, you mentioned about the requirement or the permission for an additional residential unit in a rear yard that's on municipal services. In the rural setting, we allow garden suites, which are ARUs
mhm.
and are separate from the main dwelling. Will that change the garden suite parameters? You know, we've already eliminated the 10-year timeframe,
Right.
which I think was silly in the beginning anyway,
Mhm.
but that was the province. Will this provide more flexibility for people in the rural area as well who aren't on municipal services?
Right. If I may, the ARUs that you've allowed beyond the provincial mandate in rural areas would be subject to the main building setback rules generally. And those in an agricultural zone are 20 meters. So on a farm property, there's also rules in that new 5.24.1, whatever section number it is, for ARUs that say it has to be within a certain distance of the farm cluster. So I don't think that they're gonna have an issue putting a second unit or a garden suite in a separate building in the rural areas because the yard requirements are pretty small. So the main buildings, most of the time, won't be anywhere near the required minimum yard. There are some rural subdivisions where it might be a little tighter. You might catch one or two of those, but probably not too many.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. The next one is a report regarding site alteration permit application for the Glenelg Phase 2. Someone care to move that, please? Joan, seconded by Barb. Bill, is this yours as well?
Yes, Mayor Mill.
Very good. Floor is yours, sir.
This is another site alteration permit for Glenelg Phase 2, which is the subdivision in the north end of Dundalk. It is right beside where the proposed school site is intended. And I know staff is working very hard to make that move forward as soon as possible. This is an important part of that because the temporary construction road that would serve that school will be located on this property. It's slightly different in configuration than what you saw in some of the site plans that came forward with the school back last year, late in December, I think, or early in this year. Because at that time, the construction road was to head down through the existing subdivision. But they are preparing for Glenelg, this next phase of the subdivision. And so the temporary construction road would be the road they would use to access the site with the fill. So you can see it on the drawing that is attachment 2, where the haul route will come in and go into adjacent lands. So what we're doing with this one is recommending that the site alteration permit for this be proposed or approved. There's 3 stages to this proposal. The first stage involves, sorry, I'm into carports here. Just 1 second. The first stage involves putting erosion control around the site, putting mud mats in where the driveways access other people's property, including township roads. And the mud mats are to get the sediment off the wheels and so forth. Then there's the stockpiling of the topsoil and the haul route, which would just be north of 752331 Ida Street. And then they would place the fill in an organized way on the property in the second stage. There'd be silt fences put in and swales to direct the runoff so that there's no flow off the property with sediments from the exposed fill. And then the whole site will be filled to the pre-subdivision grades. So they'll have it ready for the subdivision to be constructed, the roads installed. There'll be sediment basins in. There's a storm pond on the north end of this subdivision proposed, and that will be prepared with the sediment basin put in. And then there'd be topsoil placed in position for use when the homes are built or hauled off site, depending on how much they have and whether it needs to be there or not for future use. There is a required deposit, engineering fees, and a security for this that's needed before the permit can be issued. The Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority approval again is required under the bylaw. There is a sensitive area to the west of this subdivision. But basically it's prepping the site for future residential development and beginning the installation of the temporary construction road that will eventually lead to the proposed school. So it's important to move forward with this to get that access so that final agreements can be signed to get that school transferred and sold according to your previous minor variance and consent approvals that you gave to it. So it's our staff's recommendation to you would be that you proceed to issue this subject to these provisions.
Very good. Thank you, Bill. Any discussion or questions from council? Jason.
So we're approving the haul route here. Just wondering on the stockpiling, and we've been down that road before of what they're going to stockpile there. Is it just like good gravel, or I know in the past we've had that Jim has said every load gets a certificate or something. I'm just wondering if we could, I just like to know what's going in there. And if every load does get a certificate, maybe could that be made available to us at some point? Just so we could see that halfway through or something? Cause, I know it's not all, some places it's just not all one grade A fill, so.
Who can speak to that?
If I may,
Yeah.
probably the CAO will be able to correct anything that don't say correctly, but there is a consulting engineer that is supervising the project. The fill is all to be clean and meet Ministry of Environment guidelines. The township will have security and Triton Engineering reviewing their drawings and plans as well. And I'm not so sure that CAO maybe knows where the fill is coming from or the nature of it, but generally it's good, clean fill that they would be bringing because they want it for construction. But we have processes in place to monitor that. So yeah, I can't speak to what may have happened in other situations, but.
Jim?
Morning, good people. Yeah, typically, Flato for their, subdivision and all the phases has come from licensed aggregate pits. So that negates the process of, soil testing as opposed to excess soils regulations, where in the past, application, we knew that fill was being drawn out of the GTA. So those would have to be all done through the excess soils registry, and all that tracking, everything is available online for those type of permits. As far as I know, there's no change to where this source is coming from. Like I say, a licensed aggregate pit, so it will not have those testing. It'll have some testing requirements for sieve tests and stuff like that, but generally it won't have a chemical or hazardous material analysis because it will have been deemed to be clean fill per se. So, but if it is like the other through the excess soils registry, that's all available publicly online to look at all the documentation. And not every load is tested. It's one in so many that samples are pulled. And in that case, with the other one, we have the ability with the securities as well to go and take confirmation sampling, send our own samples away to confirm results are the results we're receiving, kind of thing.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Go ahead.
So somewhere in that report, it'll specify what pit that gravel came from. That we could see that at some point, that or staff could see it, or a council, that where that gravel actually came from a certain pit, not just we're getting it from a good pit. That don't mean much until I want to see what pit I would like to see what pit it's coming from.
Jim?
Generally through site meetings, you'll find out where the sources are, and that will be documented throughout the process with if it's a subdivision agreement or the site alt, there'll be some. But if it's not an excess soil, there won't be all that tracking involved. It'll just be like anything else that coming out of one of our pits in the township here. There'll be a ticket with the weight, and it was delivered to the spot. It's not excess soil tracking from a licensed pit. The last I heard, they were using Strata, but if this is coming from the north, I would expect it's coming from another pit source, north on 10 somewhere, but.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Monica, please.
Thank you. Just through you, Chair, with regards to communication with residents, understanding that transparency is key, especially for the nearby property owners who may not always know the extent of the activity. Will adjacent homeowners be notified of haul schedules or major construction days, especially during peak fill activity?
Who wants to take that one? Bill?
If I may, there is notification process that the site alteration permit was coming to council, but I don't believe there's anything beyond that that's obligated under the site alteration permit bylaw or the agreement they sign.
Okay, thank you, Bill.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Barb.
Thank you. To follow up to Jason's question about tracking and the fact that it is coming from a licensed aggregate pit, they're building a road. So in order for that road to be eventually assumed by the township, we're going to want it built to our standards. So, and it would have to stand the test of time, I would imagine. So it would be in their best interest not to throw in, you know, other fill, right? This is road quality fill that they're bringing to create a road that will ultimately allow access to the school site and their future subdivision so that the trucks aren't going through Dundalk.
Jim.
Yeah, that's correct. There will be engineers involved in watching the activities that go on and built to the municipal servicing standard for our roads. So yes.
Okay. Okay. Joan, did you have a question?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, thank you. But Barb just asked a part of the question. I was just wondering too about the roads, and this is also the school is also dependent on this road and getting the fill in and to start the new subdivision.
Jim.
Yes, that's correct. The intentions are that this road will eventually lead into across the trail into the Glenelg Phase 3 school block area.
Okay, so I guess we're tied again with the school and the roads.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you, Joan. Monica?
Thank you, Chair. So just with regards to the construction time, in regards to maintenance on the roads during and after, who is responsible for maintaining those roads?
Jim?
That'll be the developer and the contractor that they are engaged with to, and that's the purpose of the mud mats, so that tracking doesn't go out onto Ida Street. And if it's noticed, Public Works or someone else with a complaint, letting the township know that there's mud tracking, we will engage them to come and clean it up. That'll be their
Responsibility.
Yep, for sure. And as far as anything else, again, it will be the developer's responsibility and the township if we need to address it or whatever in any way. If it's dust concerns, they'll have to put down dust suppressants. So again, it could be complaint based or observations from staff or engineers.
And
Very
Chair,
good.
may I just
Yep.
follow up just to that
Yep.
point? Thank you so much. Just to that, to CAO, I do, appreciate so much of the great notifications that the town has been doing in informing residents via different communications. So when we were taking a look at, and I understand what Bill was saying earlier, there's no formal obligation to notify residents. Would it be possible to strongly encourage developers to provide courtesy notices to adjacent property owners during peak holidays and major disruptions? And would staff be open to including this expectation in future site alteration agreements? I just find that will go a very long way with the community.
Bill?
I think your site alteration bylaw does go pretty far to require notice before. And I think really the notice that you do give is pretty good for those sorts of bylaws. Probably the economic development newsletter might be a good tool that you could use to say that the haul route's going in and there's going to be fill starting. That might be a way of adding that in. I know I've seen in the economic development newspaper that, or newsletter, that the school's coming and so forth. So putting those kinds of things in, maybe another way of communicating above and beyond so that people see it.
Yep. No, good thoughts for sure. Barb?
Just to that, and as far as communications, I registered for the Township of Southgate road emergency update. I can't remember the name of it. What's the name of it?
Buoyant.
Buoyant alert.
Buoyant.
And for road closures, culvert installations, detours. And I recall there might have been one where it said that there may be an increase in truck activity in a certain area. I think highly recommend that people register for Voyant Alert because it certainly has been helpful with, the construction season. And that would also serve our residents well.
Thoughts on that, Lisa? Do you want to add anything? No?
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry to put you on the spot.
While
I know you're.
she's grabbing the microphone, I'll just comment. We would need to receive that communication to be able to push it out on Voyant Alert based on their time. So I'm not sure. I seen Ken did have his hand up as well. I don't know if he has anything to add to that, but just make sure the green button's on, Lisa. Yep.
Okay, perfect. We would love to get more users on Voyant Alert. Send the seconding what Lindsay said. If you can get the information to us, we can certainly get it up there. It's wonderful. If you're signed up, it will alert you if you're in the area. We've just started using it, and I think it looks pretty good. It pops right up on your phone, and you get a notification and you're told exactly what's going on. We would like to see it more because it would maybe cut down on some calls to the office.
For sure. Yeah. Ken, did you have something you wanted to add or?
Yes, through your worship, just to add to what Jim had mentioned before, related to the question about if there's any dust or anything on the roads, there's actually standard conditions within the permit itself that speak to cleaning the roads and dealing with any debris and things like that, which is part of the bylaw itself. And that's in all site alteration permits.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Jason, sorry. Good.
It's been brought up here that this is essential to get the school going, and I'm all for that. So just to be transparent with the public, once this starts going, the developer and the school is going to take place in a fairly quick fashion, or do we know that? Just
Jim.
Yeah, that's the plan at this point in time. The school board has indicated that they're ready to work on tendering for construction. I think part of this is a piece of the puzzle that they need to know that they've got a way in and access that for the school to happen. So again, we're putting the dominoes in place so they can fall, so the next step can happen.
Thanks, Jim. Okay. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Can I get a recorded vote?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you take the poll, please?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Milne, the recorded vote was called for staff report PL 2025-064, site alteration permit application for Glenelg Phase 2. Deputy Mayor Dobreen?
Yes.
Councillor Singh Soares?
Yes.
Mayor Milne?
In favor.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yes.
Councillor Shipston?
Yay.
Councillor Rice?
No.
Councillor John?
Yeah.
By a vote of 6-1, that's carried.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All righty, moving along to legislative services. Let's see, it's 11:05. Do we wish a break? Yeah, let's take 5 minutes. Or Madam Clerk, what?
Oh, I'm good, yeah.
You're good with that?
My first report is for Bill, and I just don't want him to leave without that. But if he's not running, then
Oh, we're not allowed him out the door. The door's locked. He can't get out.
hopefully.
Let's recess for 5. Well, let's see. What is it? Let's recess. We'll be back at 11:15. report and draft policy. Barb will move. Martin will second. Bill, I believe this is yours. This will
Yes,
be
Mayor
fair.
Hill?
This will be fairly short. No,
Oh.
I'm kidding. You
We'll
take as
see.
much time as you want.
Well, Mayor Mill, members of council and staff, this is an issue that we've been working with your clerk and other staff members on. I recalled to them, and they're probably sick of hearing it, but 40 years ago, one of my first jobs was to go and visit a number of road superintendents in townships. And province wanted to know, what can we do to make it clearer on what happens with unopened road allowances and private roads? And as we went through this policy, and as I've seen issues go before you, the issues are exactly the same as they were 40 years ago. So it's important that council have a policy for this. Basically, what the policy deals with are what are called original Crown Survey or unopened road allowances, generally 66 feet or 20 meters in width, that were laid out in the original Crown surveys all over Ontario when they were done in the 1800s, 1850s, and so forth. I think there's a reference in the report to Garifraxa Road, and so just to put that in your mind as to where these all come from. Nowadays, you get road allowances through the subdivision agreement process, but back in the 1850s, there was no subdivision approval, so roads were just put where the surveyor thought they might go and where land could be transferred to people who wanted to settle the area. They're now regulated under the Municipal Act, and basically unopened road allowances are there. They can be used for the public, by the public. They can be used by abutting owners, but council has exclusive control over them. So you could prohibit any kind of access on these road allowances and any use. You can also sell them, but you have to go through a process to stop up and close it. So what this policy does is kind of put that into action. It says that the road allowances are here and why they're here and what the public's rights are to them and how council can restrict that right or open up a road allowance through agreements with private parties. I know there was a Mr. Bennington that signed an agreement with you not too long ago to open up a road allowance that was only partly maintained by the township. So this policy has all the criteria in it that you forced him or required him to meet to upgrade it to your standards. So it puts in writing what practice your staff have been applying here over the years. When you've sold off road allowances, you've done things like pass bylaws to stop up and close them. You've notified abutting owners. You put it in the paper sometimes for 2 or 3 consecutive months, that kind of thing. So this links in as well to your disposition of property bylaw, which we're working on with your clerk as well. So the other part of it is that some people, particularly on farms, only have an unopened road allowance to get to their property. And on it is some kind of farm road that they use, or I know there was a variance for people who had a cabin way at the far end of it. I think it was Side Road 19. Maybe that there's complicated legal situations that can arise through road allowances. And that's why it's important to have this policy in place. The other thing is they're important for access to natural areas, for trails sometimes. So when you close them up and sell them, you should always consider that when you look at it, what might be a future need for it. And as I mentioned, the issues are the same as they were 40 years ago, and who knows what road you may need to open in 40 years' time. So it's basically a policy that recommends you kind of hold those road allowances close to your ownership, recognizing that there are some public common law access rights, but that also you have exclusive control over how they're used under Ontario law. So if you don't want anyone using a road allowance for their property for access, you can restrict it. If you don't want the public in there, you can restrict it. If they've got buildings or structures on their road allowance, you can require them to be removed. And this sets in the criteria for you to do that. It is policy, so it's not law, but those provisions I'm talking about, common law access, those are in law, and And so you have to be respectful of that too. So your legal counsel has reviewed this policy, the ones that deals with enforcement matters and the one that deals with real estate matters. So it's had a pretty good vetting through your staff. And my recommendation is you consider adopting it as your policy for on open road allowances, and it'll help you govern what you do with them in the future.
Very good. Thank you, Bill. It is a good report. Martin, go ahead.
Thanks, Bill. For this is maybe a couple of questions, definitely a comment. I read this whole thing through and I thought it was really well done. And it's funny you mentioned the years, 40 years, because a former planner here, he was saying the same thing. Don't get rid of these until you have to, or it's a good reason to. And I don't know if in the analysis on page 2, the bullets are in order of importance, but I was really glad to see that the wording is road allowances should continue in township ownership for future roads, farm access, servicing, and other. You know, you see all the people working for Swift, putting all the, I'm pretty sure they could have done up some unopened roads and what have you. Anyway, that's a side point. With what you said about public, because there are, is maybe Jim, is there any insurance liability if people just go walking up and fall? Like, would it be in the township's best interest to actually close them off?
That's, if I may, through the mayor, that
Please.
is exactly the reason to have the policy. You very much do have that exposure. You've probably heard over the years at your conferences and so forth about joint and several liability. So if anything happens on a open road allowances, and even if it's someone else using it or a farm, then there's exposure to you. There's exposure from emergency services if they can't get back to a property and the only access is a farm access. So that's why, you know, staff does things like enforce provisions in the zoning bylaw that require full public access to a municipal road. When you've got some houses and things cropping up back on lots way at the back that are accessed by a farm road and something happens, then, and you've been found to even 1% contributed to that, then it can be a problem. So that's why it's important to have the policy. And that's why it is important. And I know I've been assisting your staff with some enforcement matters related to open road allowances that you do that. But there also may be a situation where to get out of that liability, you want to transfer it because there'll never be a road there. And the only people using it are the farmers. And if they want to buy it and acquire it from you and take over that responsibility, then, you know, you may find that that would be something you want to do from a liability perspective. So, you know, it is always, you have all these lands that you own that are sitting out there that the public have right to access, and anything can happen on them with snowmobiles or anything, ATVs. And so you have to be very careful with it and deal with those situations on a case-by-case basis. But yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Bill. Barb?
Thank you. You raise a lot of good points. 40 years, 66-foot crown survey. So on these lots that are currently accessing, you know, there's a house at the end of a laneway, which happened to be an unopened road allowance. Can we, through this policy then, can we require those lots to widen, to create the road in order to allow for emergency services and access?
Mhm.
And that would then expropriate, I mean, right now the laneway might be 30 feet. And they would expropriate on either side the 66-foot wide to make it to our standard. So this policy will help staff and enforcement and planning and development, all the departments, to better manage those roads and the liability.
Mhm.
Okay.
If I may, that the zoning bylaw also says you have to have, for most uses, direct frontage on an open municipal road. So these buildings that may crop up during the life of your current zoning bylaw that aren't technically allowed, that use that as access, that's why you have to take action where you can to enforce, because there's an exposure there. It's been allowed to happen directly or indirectly, probably no building permit issued for it, but if you know it's there, then there needs to be a process to correct it, and this policy is a very important part of that. It may take a long time because they're very complicated, and the neighbors do have rights too, but your restriction's pretty clear. What you can and can't do is pretty clear, and you have complete control over those. So you do not have to allow access if you don't want it.
Good.
And it's not to your standard.
Joan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Bill. I don't have a question. You already answered. It's a comment. Thank you for the comprehensive and detailed guidance document / policy. I was going to ask you to give me a smaller synopsis, but you did so at the beginning. So thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Bill. Next report is the next couple of reports are noise bylaw exemption requests. The first is regarding the Grey County Truck Show this fall, or this summer, I guess it is really. It's coming up soon. Jim, you're going to move that. Second by Barb. Thank you. Who's given? Lindsay, go ahead, please.
No problem. Thank you through you, Mayor Mel. So a request was received again this year for the Grey County Truck Show. It is happening this weekend. With the timing of meetings, I'm glad I got it on this one and the next one as well, but pretty straightforward. They want to continue past 11 p.m. For a live DJ to play. And I don't believe we've had any concerns in the past with complaints or anything. So we're recommending approval.
Very good. Thank you, Lindsay. Any discussion or questions from council? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. The next is a similar request for a noise bylaw exemption regarding Team Town Hall, their outdoor movie night. And I think that's this weekend as well. Barb's going to move that. Jim will second. Lindsay, anything different?
No, Team Town Hall figure that they'll probably be done the movie around 11:30 or midnight, but they did want to extend it to 1 o'clock just for cleanup and that sort of thing. But again, they had this event a few years ago now. I don't remember the exact year, but no issues.
Okay. Any questions, discussion from council? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. The next report is regarding an agreement of purchase and sale, coincidentally, about an unopened road allowance between lot 17 and 18, concession 14 in the former township of Proton. Someone care to move that, please? Martin, seconded by Joan. Lindsay? Or
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor Milne. So yes, coincidentally, we were just discussing the policy, so it is nice to have that in place now. This is one that we worked on last year and earlier this spring with our legal counsel to bring forward. I'm just looking at my timelines here. We released it on July 4th and closed it on July 29th. And this is a situation where just the two abutting landowners directly to the road allowance are able to purchase it. So staff are recommending that we move forward with a purchase and sale agreement with Southway Bins Incorporated, care of Elias Martin. And then we'll likely close it early this fall. I don't see it taking long. There is some survey work that does need to be done though.
Okay. Thank you, Lindsay. Questions, discussion from council? Oh, Jim?
Yeah, this is a prime example that Bill referred to as well, that liability thing. This one runs straight as the laneway is the continuation of the side road kind of thing. So if someone misses the corner and they're heading straight up that laneway, then, you know, that's now going to be on a private side as opposed to the public side. So it's a prime one to clean up off our plate.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Any other discussion, questions? Barb?
Thank you. And through you, Lindsay, I'm glad that it was stated that they are purchasing the unopened road allowance, that they are responsible for the cost of the survey, legal, land transfer.
Yeah, they're responsible for all costs involved.
And was there only one bidder?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Martin?
Lindsay, you did give an amount. I guess, or the surveyor actually walked it, and so it'd be 2 acres, 3 acres, like the whole length? I was just wondering how much land.
That's a good question. Give me 2 seconds. I'll pull that out. It's approximately 6 acres, 6.41.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Lindsay, for those reports from the Legislative Services. Building and Bylaw Services. The first one is a property standards bylaw amendment regarding bulk waste. Someone care to move that, please? Barb, seconded by Jim. Hannah, are you taking this one or? Yeah, the floor is yours, please.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay, through you, Mayor. So this is a amendment to the property standards bylaw involving bulk waste. So the reason that the bylaw department is bringing this forward is there has been concerns raised by the community about the unsightly bulk waste which is building up within the township. This has also been brought forward as well by employees when they're out doing various jobs in the township. They have also brought back concerns of a build-up of bulk waste. The reason that we are looking to amend the bylaw that a complaint may not be required for bulk waste is there is a concern during winter snow clearing operations of potential damage to expensive equipment and injury to both employees and also residents. Last year, we had an incident with one of the snow blowers. It was a contractor's snow blower. A couch went through the blower. They didn't see it under the snow. And by the time they realized it was there, it was too late. It got sucked into the blower. Luckily, there was no major damage to the blower itself. They just had to remove the pieces of couch. And that obviously took up valuable time with clearing operations because they had an inoperable blower which they had to remove all the bits of couch from. In addition to that, there's also concerns of vermin infestation with the bulk waste, attracts rodents, which in turn can create disease, outbreaks, things like that. And there's also been a general frustration vented to myself, and I believe Public Works has also received the same thing about the township's apparent lack of action on the bulk waste and the unsightly conditions it's creating. I have made residents aware to submit a complaint when they have contacted me. To date, not many have actually submitted a complaint, even though they have been advised to do this. I have also made them aware that their personal information won't be released, as this has come up as a concern about submitting complaints. Yeah, that covers all of the reasons. And in addition to that, I'm recommending when actually serving people with an order in relation to this is to provide a generic cover letter. The generic cover letter, along with the order, would provide the property owner with an overview of the bylaw, also provided the addresses of where the waste can be disposed of. And then if it's not removed within 14 days, then a $150 fine would be applied, as well as additional costs for the township to remove it. Bearing in mind that $150 fine is the set fine, the total payable would actually be $180. And that's because of imposed court costs, which have to be added on to the set fine of $150. I have to add them on. It's come down from the courts. So the total would be $180.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. Questions from council, discussion? Barb?
So thank you. And through you, Hannah, thank you very much. This is a direct result of our discussions in the past about bulky waste and the concerns of the blower, the snow. So thank you for bringing it forward in such a timely fashion. The proposal that I liked your proposal that they get the letter, they get all the information, they have 14 days. And if they don't comply, then then the fine is activated plus the cost of removal, and that will be clearly outlined. And I just want to make sure that that is the recommendation that we just consider approval, and that's included in the bylaw, because I think there was two options. One is the letter and the cost associated with removal, or they get the letter plus $150 fine at the outset. And I'm inclined to, this is a Lindsay question.
We wouldn't put in the actual bylaw about a letter. That's an internal process. So just the amendments are just to those certain sections to allow us to move forward without a complaint. That's for the bylaw, but what Hannah's speaking about is an internal process where she's going to make sure she sends a letter ahead of time with the information, which was a part of council's initial discussion.
And it is, so do you need to, so through you to whomever, do you need direction that the process that, we're inclined to give the letter instruction, and then with non-compliance, it's the $150 fine, as opposed to the letter, $150 fine, and then they have 14 days. Just wanted to make sure that if you need direction, happy to give that.
I don't believe Hannah does. I think she's pretty clear on that, but that's up to you, Hannah.
No, that's fine. That's
It
fine.
makes sense.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. And that was your preference. I guess my only other question, Mr. Chair, is that, does this include property standards of properties throughout the Southgate that has storage of materials not in use? I guess that's a determination of what is a farm equipment, and I've got a couple of properties in mind, but that if the township is out and about and sees it, they can now activate it? Or is this just for couches on curbs?
Yes, so this is just for bulky waste, essentially out on the curbside. So at the end of driveways, on the sidewalk, boulevard, that's what this is for. Yeah, anything that's back on the property would still require a complaint.
Thank you.
Monica.
Thank you, Chair. And just through you, and someone who worked in waste management for many years, I know how passionate people can get about garbage. So with that in mind, whenever there's a new process in place, I'm just wondering, with that being changed for a hard service that directly impacts quality of life on a regular basis, would there be a possibility, or has there been anything prepared to have a review done of the impact within, let's say, 6 months, that we could have an understanding at where we are? So, for example, if there needs to be any kind of review clause or something, just because it's a new process, that maybe could help us understand better how this new process will be helpful in looking at things like bulk waste violations, number of fines issued, third-party cleanups that were triggered, amounts recovered through billing and tax roll, just things like this. Any concerns from the community, recommendations for procedural policy refinements. So for a simple question, would there be a possibility to have something come back to us in 6 months to see how things are going?
Anna?
John or Jim can provide some more information on that one. I don't have a problem at all with doing that.
John?
Yep. Through you. Yeah, we should be able to bring a report back in 6 months and just kind of give you an update on where we're at and what we've been doing.
Sure. Okay. Barb? Thank you.
So through you, we get a building and bylaw report. So on this agenda, we have a building permit summary by quarter. And we generally get a canine and bylaw report already from periodic, how many dogs were impounded, how many dogs were returned to owner, how many infractions, how many property standards complaints had been addressed and closed. So I would imagine that we're getting that information.
Lindsay?
I think if I might, we'll have to speak internally about a way to track this because this is new for us. I'm just not sure those reports are run from the system, so we'll just have to speak internally about how we can report it back. But I think John's committed to bringing something back, but you're correct. You do receive those quarterly typically. I'm just not sure how that would work with Cloud Permit and this. I think we'll just discuss it internally and bring back a plan.
Thank you, Lindsay. Jim?
Yeah, the communication piece, I think we can put a blast out on the front of our website and those other media outlets and say, here's the new change. Here's the consequences. So we'll blast that out for a little while and yeah, hopefully that helps.
Thank you. Martin?
Yeah, just a question. There's one part, the proposed changes to the township's property standards. There won't be an initial cost of the township of approximately 200 per property per pickup for contractor services. That's after the fact where they don't comply, right? Obviously.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's after the fact.
Would you tender the contractor or just put it out there? Or how did you come up with 200? Because 200 seems kind of low for some guy to come out and pick it up.
I'll let John speak to that one.
John?
So through the chair, yeah, I phoned a few different contractors around that provide that service, and that was $200 was kind of the general price for doing it. So, and again, because of the timing of the year, we'll just kind of go with the contractor we've called and got prices, but that's something we're looking at doing a tender for next year with the other services that we provide.
Thank you.
Barb?
It created another question through you to John then. Does the $200 include the disposal at our transfer site? Because if you take a mattress yourself, it's $25 or $30 disposal fee. So is that $200 estimated for the contractor to go out, pick it up and take it to the disposal site? The landowner would also, or the homeowner would also be on the hook for the disposal fee?
So the price for the contractor includes the disposal fee. That way it's looked after through that third party.
Any other questions or discussion? I guess the chair maybe has a point he'd like a little bit of clarification on. Someone needs to convince me that bulky waste wouldn't include derelict vehicles and other trash, assorted gems and gold pieces scattered amongst the town and the township. Did somebody do that? And also convince me why we shouldn't be doing that? Because quite frankly, and no disrespect to current staff with the mandate and the resources they have to work with, because they're doing a tremendous job with what they've got to work with. But there are two, and I think we can all point to various properties. I'm not going to name any, but I think we can all point to various properties where we're being taken advantage of. I think people are just gaming the system over and over and nothing improves. So someone needs to convince me why we shouldn't just say the property standards officer may not be required to receive a written and signed complaint, full stop, on any kind of trash. Anybody want to take a run at that?
One person's trash is another person's treasure.
I get that, but you don't need to put the other person's treasure on your front lawn. Jim?
Yeah, so we had discussed that we were gonna bring this up internally and come back with some other future recommendations and you know what the staffing may look like in expansion of this. But at this point in time, if council wishes to amend as to that clause, again, it'll be a lot of work. So that's why we had a discussion initially about this a little bit, and then going forward, we'll have to bring back some more information after going through it and seeing all what it involves.
The fact that you recognize that it'll take a lot of work tells me that there is a lot of work to be done out there in terms of cleaning up. But if you're willing to commit to bringing forward the report to explore some options and how we might deal with this, I get it's complicated, you know, there's always unintended consequences, then I'm satisfied with that for now. All right. Anything else? Thank you for indulging the chair. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Madam Clerk, when would you like to do lunch? I see it has arrived.
Whatever works for you.
Well then.
I'll take a motion to go past noon
Okay,
first.
let's do that. Let's start with that one.
We could maybe do
I see the,
John's first report.
yeah, we could maybe get into the Public Works Department. Maybe all three would go fairly quickly. Barb will move that we go past noon. Second. Jason, thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, let's keep going for now. John, see the next report is yours regarding the fuel tender recommendation. Someone care to move that, please? Barb will move. Jim will second. John, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. In May of 2025, Grey County, jointly with all the lower tier municipalities, released a tender for fuel supply. And this is just bringing back the results. Recommending Midwest Cooperative Services. They were the lower price. It is for a guaranteed 3-year term plus 2 optional 2-year extensions, which is the same as the last one that was negotiated in 2018. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Are there any questions? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. John, the second report you have here is regarding the Blue Box transition, an update. Someone care to move who we receive that, please? Jim, seconded by Joan. Thank you. John.
So it's just an update to a report that Jim had brought forward in May as well, about the transition of the Blue Box collection. We've had meetings with Waste Management since the last one and got some clarity on a few things. Some of them being that before we didn't believe we were allowed to collect the non-eligible sources with the eligible, but with our trucks, we are able to. We just have to keep them on separate departments, or collect compost with the eligible sources of recycling. And also in talking with them, though we haven't got into firm negotiations, the price they threw out to us, we would be getting approximately $46,800 more annually for collecting through them, as opposed to what we're getting through CMO right now. And this report just lays out a couple different options for how you want us to proceed with it.
Okay. Thank you, John. Any questions? Jim.
I think the previous report maybe spurred them into looking at, everything seemed to flip 360 on what they had told us initially on how this may go down. So I think we have them really wanting Southgate to take on this service and continue it. I know there was questions about the extra trucks running the roads and greenhouse gas emissions. So it all makes sense. In negotiations, I would think that we have they're going to go for a clause that's probably 7 or 10 years. I'm thinking we need to have an exit clause that can be activated in a short period of time if things don't work out for us. So. And again, we would be the only ones in the province doing this as a municipality, subcontracting to a contractor that was awarded the contract for catchment area.
Martin?
So Jim, you're looking at maybe 5 years just to get a good run of data to make it.
No, I think the reasoning for a 7 to 10 year agreement usually for these is the collection trucks and their span of life. But no, I'm saying that, you know, we have to have a clause in there that, you know, say 6 months if we're not getting along in some capacities, that there is the exit. And you know, maybe chisel that down to see how it's going for 2 or 3 years. But again, they'll want, because it's generally based on the purchase of vehicles is how they structure these type of.
Okay. Well, that was kind of my question. I didn't know how long you were looking at to see if it didn't work out, but you're right. Within a year, you should know if it's working or not. So when it comes to curbside collections, implementing a user pay system when taxpayers are already paying, is that something that you want to do? Or, because I agree with the other three in the analysis. It says implementing a user pay system for non-eligible sources based on and identified with the municipal property impact 400 series, all that. Like, to continue the other three there out of the four would be good, but is that something we put in? John?
Through the chair. So that's just to recoup, because we would have to pay to get rid of that recycling, whereas the rest of them are getting paid for by the producer responsibility.
Okay.
So this is just to recoup any costs that we would incur in gathering and collecting the recycling and getting rid of it at the recycling facilities.
Instead of going to the dump?
Yes.
Okay.
Jim?
Yeah, I think maybe some voices have been heard at the table, because now there is ongoing discussions with SEMO and the producers regarding being able to still collect the downtowns and those ICIs that are currently in the programs. So right now they're booting them out, but there may be an opportunity coming to the table again saying that those are eligible. They still may cost, but again, they will be permitted perhaps, as right now they're not going to be permitted. So again, it comes back to the question. I think council bantered that around in the previous report about ineligibles and where they could go and offering the transfer stations. But again, we're going to have to decide, is the general taxation going to pay for picking up ineligibles, or are we going to look at the tax classes and put on a user pay for the year to collect their recyclables? Again, that's a little bit unknown yet, but that's, you know, that's the crux of it, is who's paying to the ineligibles, because they will not be taking it for free.
Barb?
Thank you. And I've given this a great deal of thought, had a lot of conversations. Some of the like every time we push back, there seems to be, you know, well, we really did want your trucks. So now they've come back to the table. What I did learn was that schools are eligible, but churches are not, which hopefully the province in those discussions are realizing that maybe they didn't get it perfect. We're with the math that you've provided, based on the information we have today, I agree that we should have a 6-month to 1-year exit clause, but it'll allow us time to collect data. Also, I think that a grace period for ineligibles which would also give us an opportunity to collect data on what the cost is. When I did the math in conversation with John Watson, if we're getting more than what we're currently getting from SEMO, and to collect the ineligibles would be about 12,000, we could actually keep our level of service status quo by continuing our regular recycling and compost pickup and doing ineligibles on a separate day. So ineligibles with their compost weekly on a separate day. And if in that 6-month to 1-year pilot period, we determine that's it's not cost effective, it's not working out, Waste Management changes the threshold for cross-contamination, or they change the rules on us, we could, go back to just recycling, charge for ineligibles. I just don't see there being an appetite for compost every 2 weeks, especially in the more urban areas like the hamlets and where the houses are closer together. And in the summer months, at least, maybe in the winter, it's all frozen anyway. So I'm inclined to negotiate a pilot period where we have an exit clause, and perhaps put on the table that we continue our normal schedule of recycling and compost, dual stream, and a separate day for ineligibles, whether or not we charge them a fee. But a quick calculation of a business that a small business that's just getting by now, an extra $260 a year, if I do the math, $7 and some odd per pickup times 26 weeks, that's a significant amount when they're already paying taxes. And we established this awesome waste diversion program based on taxes 25 years ago, almost. So just because the province, I'd be inclined to give it a year's pilot so we can collect the data and the actual costs associated with offering the same level of service without cutting back. And if it gets to a point where we have to change that, then we have the data to support it.
Anybody want to respond? Thoughts? Nope. Okay, good points though. John?
I was going to say that, yeah, that's something we could look into doing if that's what council wishes.
Go ahead.
So the question today is, this is direction to give you so you can start further negotiations. It can still come back. They don't have an appetite for this. They're going to impose that. And we may have to take a step back and change our approach. But I would like to see us maintain the level of service without additional cost and collect the data over a pilot period.
John?
Yeah, no, this is just getting guidance on if you want us to negotiate with them or not, or whether you want them to do it. If you want us to negotiate, then we'd still have to bring the contract forward for approval regardless.
What I'm hearing is I think council would like to see you continue the negotiations and bring back the best deal you can get to us. I know it's not tariffs, but let's keep negotiating. That best deal we can get. Okay? Anything further? Martin, go ahead.
Thank you. John, I just noticed this. Current residents and Jim mentioned it, current residents that have multiple recycling carts could continue. Should that not be will continue? No multiple carts?
So if we continue collecting, yes, under the contract from CMO to Waste Management, it's our understanding that it's only supposed to be 1 cart per residence. But if they can prove over 2 cycle periods that they need a second cart, then a second cart will be provided. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Barb?
Thanks, Martin. To that, but currently, if you have a second cart, you pay an extra tipping fee.
Not for recycles.
Not for recycles? Thank you. Just waste? Okay, thank you for the clarification. Oh, Lisa.
Oh, Lisa? Yeah, please.
Sorry, just into that as well. We've also got a number of residents out there that have different size recycling carts. So some people will have the smaller ones and some people will have the bigger ones. So that's a whole nother thing, Blair, to think about if you're limiting people down to 1 cart.
John didn't say how big that 1 cart could be though.
The larger 360.
Yeah, for sure. Jason.
So if reading through it there again, I kind of missed that when I first read it. If they did the non-eligible sources, it would be 900 bi-weekly. Is that, or am I reading that wrong? I didn't really pick that up before.
Just let me go back through here and see.
But
So-
not,
Page 2.
yeah.
Paragraph.
Says it would cost the township approximately 900 per bi-weekly collection to
Yeah,
provide.
yeah, so that's what it would cost us to go around and collect the non-eligibles if we weren't doing the eligibles.
Okay. I
And
thought it
we
meant-
elected to go do
right,
it
yeah, I was
separately.
thinking they would do it for that. Okay.
No, that's
right.
not, no.
I didn't think so. Yeah.
So for waste management, they got back to me as well after the report was written about if they did the eligibles and the non-eligibles, the non-eligibles would not be curbside. They would just provide front end bins scattered throughout downtown for businesses to take the recycling to.
Okay. All right. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Sorry? Yeah, I think so. I didn't hear different. Very good. Do we want to do the next one or do you want lunch? You want the next one? All right, the next one is emergency or energy management plan and policy regarding public works. Somebody care to move that, please? Joan and Monica, do you want to second that? Thank you. John?
This is just, every year we have to go through and do a energy management audit just to see, the amount of greenhouse gases we're emitting and the amount of energy we're using and look for ways to, become more efficient when it comes to those things. And attached was the updated energy management policy and plan with, showing all our different, properties and their usages and, our plans for mitigating the usage.
Very good. Thank you, John. Any questions? Not seeing any. I'll call Barb,
Sorry, yeah, you were very close.
between us and lunch.
Just call me Scott.
Yeah.
Thank you. And John, I know that we didn't get a chance to talk about just a couple of questions. The plan actually does indicate or references that, you know, we've had significant growth, and we've got a water tower that uses more energy, and we've got a sand dome that uses more energy, but it also helps alleviate the maintenance of the frozen machines. Do the recipients of the report consider growth in factoring, okay, it's balancing out. Yes, our energy consumption is going up, but we have 50% more homes on, you know, being factored in. And there's that question. And then there's two other things that caught my eye. So I'll ask this one first, if I may, and then I'll.
Sure. John, Lisa, who wants to?
So through the chair, to compare it to growth, we would have to go off census data, which is only collected every 4 years. So that would be inaccurate. If we went off occupancies, that's not always going to be accurate because a house might be granted occupancy, but there might not be someone living there. So it would be hard to do a direct correlation of growth, but certainly growth is driving our additional energy usage.
So my other questions.
So I'll get Lisa to respond first.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Lisa.
sorry, just to add to that, this report is going to be sent to the Ministry of Energy where they will read the data about the growth. So they will be seeing also, we're breaking down the square footage. I think we do it by cubic feet. So airspace within each building. So with the additions and we're showing that additional infrastructure, and that's part of the calculations when you figure out your greenhouse gas emissions and the efficiencies of the buildings and the heating and the insulation and everything that it takes to be energy efficient.
So we often wonder what keeps our staff busy. It's creating reports to the province to calculate the square footage of insulation and cubic meters of all of our buildings and structures, and wow, the learning curve Wow. Thank you, Lisa. Sorry, that was just the Egremont Hunt Camp. I didn't know that we owned that. Do we get rent for that facility? And who pays the hydro bill?
Jim has more of a background on that one.
Jim?
Yeah, I think it's around 800 a year, and that basically covers the hydros. I don't know the stat, maybe Lisa has it here, but basically covers hydro usage. Yeah.
Okay. And the Hopeville Pavilion and Park, given that it's a seasonal usage, why is and maybe I read it wrong, why was the energy consumption up 54%?
So through the chair, we have an internal meeting whenever we start this to go over it, and Kevin didn't have any idea why the energy usage was up for the Hopeville Pavilion, but he was going to be looking into it to find out.
Jim?
I know in the past, there's been times where the ballpark lights were on and unauthorized maybe, but that could be a contributing factor, but.
Baseball games?
Okay, anything else? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Alrighty. Under the clerk's direction, I'm going to suggest we break for lunch. We'll recess and return at, let's aim for 12:45. Okay. Thank you. Very good. We'll bring our meeting back to order today. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the lunch. Quite tasty. First report is the Wellington County Library Board Agreement. Someone care to move that, please? Joan and Barb will second. Thank you. Lindsay, Finance. Kayla. You're on the floor, please.
Thank you. This is the annual agreement for the Wellington County Library Board for our residents that live on the more western border that use the Wellington County Library. It is a one-year contract, so we go through it every year. There was a small shortage in the budget due to an increased usage that we weren't anticipating. However, we feel that it can be absorbed in the operational budget of the library.
Okay, thank you, Kayla. Any questions? Barb?
Not necessarily a question, but an observation. If I recall this, there was an approved increase last year. We agreed to enter into a new agreement. They had done some costing that hadn't changed over 10 years. And we had approved this increase in advance. This wasn't any surprise. So it's gone up $60 per household, but that was approved last year.
So last year we approved last year's $60, and this year it would be us approving this year's $60. We didn't like pre-approve the two increases. We just this would be us approving the increase.
I thought that when it came to, sorry if I may be, I likely am wrong. I just thought that they were going to phase it in over a 2-year period. So we knew that it was coming. We didn't necessarily approve the whole amount, but we knew that it was going to be phased in over 2 years.
Yes, agreed. We were made aware last year that there was increase 2 years in a row.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. The next is regarding an additional grant request from the Dundalk Proton Community School. Someone care to move that, please? Martin, thank you. Seconded by Jim. Kayla?
Thank you. We received this application from the Dundalk and Proton School for a grant request for capital for their new accessible playground. They have been fundraising for it, so we included the fundraising flyer as well.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns? Barb?
Thank you. And thank you, Kayla, for, providing some additional information to the questions I was asking. I also know that High Point is fundraising for play equipment, and this may trigger another request. I also question whether or not I'd like just reassurance that this new playground equipment is open. I know it says that it's open to the public, but how is that managed during the day? The school likely doesn't want strangers just wandering in while the school is in session. So is it behind a fence? Is that fence open? I have some outstanding questions that I would like to seek clarification on. And I know that if you could just explain the difference between this request and a program request, how one, this is a capital request, a program request would be, only for students. Could you just explain that a little bit? And I'm likely to suggest that we defer approval of this until school gets back in so that the principal can respond to the questions that are outstanding.
Yeah.
Thank you, through you. Yes, so to clarify on their application, they did say that the playground would be accessible to all the public outside of school hours, so not inside of school hours. I would imagine it's similar to how that is now. And as far as the difference, I know that we had in the past received another request for assistance for a school towards a program, but that would be specifically something that should be funded through the tax levy, whereas this is a capital and appears not to be. So we did read through the policy, and it says that the donation, under the donation clause, is where we don't support because of this tax levy, whereas this is a grant application. So that's what helped us determine that this would qualify, in our opinion, for these funds.
Go ahead.
I'm not unsupportive of the request. I just, if we give the full balance out that's remaining of $5,000, and this leads to another request, I mean, we're going to replenish the fund in January of 2026. We could defer it. We could give half. And I just would like us to defer it to September.
If I may, just to clarify, after the $5,000 for this one, we still have 5,150.
I misread. Okay, thank you.
Jason.
Yeah, I kind of had the same, you answered it, Kayla, but the same thoughts as Barb. Does this go just to the school, or would that be paid to the school board? Like, I didn't know how, if it went to the school board, I'm a little hesitant, like, but man, I'm not against putting in playground equipment. I just wondered that if it.
Yes, so it was the school, it was the principal from the school that applied for the grant, and I believe it's going to the school. And they're doing their own fundraising outside of the school board. Oh, sorry, just one last thing on that. If they were to not proceed under our policy, they have to give the funds back.
From time to time, I hear people saying, why are we funding things that the province should be funding? And I don't disagree with them. But this is an example. How do you turn this down? You know, if the community doesn't finance it, it's just not going to happen. It's similar to healthcare. It's frustrating as I'll get out why the province doesn't do a full job of education and healthcare, for that matter, and a number of other things. But in any case, I would note on the fundraising poster, the little note there from James. I don't know who James is, but thank you, James, for the little note there. Did a good job of doing that. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Kayla. Human Resources Department. We have 2 reports from Kayla on Human Resources. The first is dealing with the office closure recommendation for January 2nd of 2026. Someone care to move that, please? Joan and Barb will second. Kayla, please.
Thank you. Staff have been reviewing the holiday office closure, and our calendar only went to December 31st. So we were starting to review what that looked like. And we have flagged that January 2nd is a Friday. So it is breaking up that this stretch of the holiday season. So we anticipate some challenges with having people in the office to serve the public. Staff would be taking time off on their own time. They'd have to use vacation or bank time if they were to take the January 2nd off with the office closure. And some people are still able to work in the office, although we won't be answering inquiries from the public. We don't anticipate it to be a very busy day with public inquiries on January 2nd either.
Okay, thank you. Questions, discussion? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. The second report from Kayla is internal posting deputy treasurer. Someone care to move that, please? Jim, second by Barb. Kayla.
Thank you. As the report explains, we have had somebody in place in the deputy treasurer role for a year now, and they were on a 1-year contract. Due to circumstances, we don't need it to be a contract anymore. We actually need that full time. So we're requesting that to follow our hiring policy, we post this internally.
Okay, thank you. Questions, discussion, council? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Kayla. Moving on to the Chief Administrative Officer, the first report is regarding enhancing access to spaces for everyone grant application. Say that fast 10 times. Someone care to move that, please? Jim and Joan will second. Jim.
Thanks. This EASE grant is how it's acronymed, as targeted for our use would be for the Frank Mack. It has a plan that's ready to go with drawings that was submitted for the Inclusive Community Grant last year, but was unsuccessful. We feel that this would still be a good fit under this application for barrier-free parking, as well as 3 automatic doors and door openers with a new vestibule over the front to get that accessible door in. The washrooms updated with touchless faucets and any other barrier-free accessibility accommodations for washrooms. We've asked for Dom to refresh a quote. We haven't received that, but the quote last year was 42,000. So this facility, as noted in the report, is our second most used facility. I think you know what the number 1 is, and that's the arena and the spaces and the programs with it. But this has 134 paid rentals per year, or last year, and it's commonly used for both the township itself, for other family events. It's used for other companies and holding their meetings there or whatever. So it's broadly used throughout the township. So that's why we've brought this report targeted for Frank Mack.
Thank you, Jim. Council discussion or questions? Not seeing any. Oh, Joan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a very good grant to apply for. I looked at it before and I know about EASE and TPON, and I think you should be successful. And as you said, the McIntyre building is very well used, so this should be a great improvement for the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. If you just send a letter to the ministry in that respect, it'll be done. All right. Any other questions? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Jim. Is there any notice of motion? Not seeing any. See the consent agenda there. Is there any requirement to remove any for further discussion? Joan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to remove 12.11. 12.11.
12.11. Okay. Thank you. Any others? Martin?
I think we can talk about 12.
12. Okay. Any
Thank you.
others? Okay. Be it resolved, the council received the consent agenda dated August 6th, 2025, save and accept items 12.11 and 12.12 for information. Someone care to move that, please? Martin, seconded by Joan. All those in favor? That is carried. All right. 12.11. Joan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wish to pull consent item 12.11, Town of Almer, increase income support threshold for Canadian veterans. Received July 11. Do I need to read all of it? Therefore, be it resolved that the Township of Southgate formally calls on the Government of Canada and all federal parties to increase the eligibility threshold for income replacement benefit program from 20,000 to no less than 40,000 annually for a single person household, and that the Township of Southgate Council urges Veteran Affairs Canada to review all income support with the intent to modernize eligibility criteria in line with the current cost of living across Canada. That this motion be formally endorsed and sent to the Right Honorable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, the Honorable Jill McKnight, Minister of Veteran Affairs, the Honorable Andrew Scheer, Acting Leader of the Official Opposition, Andrew Layton, Member of the Parliament for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, all 444 municipalities across the province of Ontario, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the Association Municipalities of Ontario for broader distribution and endorsement. And one of the reasons why, do I go into it?
I need a
They-
seconder first, though. Just Jim will second. Go ahead, Joan, you got your seconder. Drive on. Sorry to interrupt.
But the Canadian veteran involved transitioning from military to civilian life, which can present challenges in employment, health, and social adaptation. Although many successfully reintegrate into the workforce and community, Canadian veterans often face higher rates of chronic condition and poorer mental health compared to the general population. Most of them will return to the labor force. Some of them are satisfied with their work, but a significant portion works in jobs that don't utilize their military skills. And we find that veterans experience higher rate of chronic condition, like higher rate of arthritis, depression, anxiety, high blood pressure, and of course, PTSD compared to Canadian, their age and sex. And mental health is also a significant concern. So with that, I'm asking the council and Township of Southgate to encourage VAC to provide a range of benefit, financial support, and health care through Veteran Affairs Canada and related government services. And I'm sure that a lot of us can relate to veteran through our great-great-grandparents, fathers, mother, whatever, and they face a lot of challenges. So I think we should support the town of Almer with this resolution. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Joan. Just, did you mention this should be circulated to our own MP as well?
Yeah. Oh,
It says Andrew Lawton. I think we could substitute.
I think I.
Would we sub that for our own MP?
Yeah.
Alex Ruff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. So any questions regarding the proposed motion? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
And Martin, you had one you wanted to discuss the Watson Associates DC regulations. Those are the development charges. So what would you propose to be done, sir, with that?
Well, just basically a discussion. I'm glad I printed it off because I lost my computer here. I was just wondering, since we're going through the DC process, maybe a couple of questions to maybe Kayla and Jim.
Should we have a motion to discuss?
Yeah, we need a motion to, you're wanting to support this? Is that what you?
I
I know you want to have a discussion, but ultimately, do you want support of this letter?
Yes, I guess I will make that motion.
Or just receive?
Or just receive for information.
Receive,
because-
okay,
Yeah,
fair
because I
enough.
don't know if Jim has actually read it
Yep.
or whatever, so
Okay, fair
maybe I
enough.
did the wrong thing in pulling
So I
it.
need a seconder for that. Jason will second.
Yeah.
Okay, take it away, Martin, please.
Okay, well, I know we're going through the DC and Watson's our firm we use. But I was just wondering, because it's talking about non-residential building construction for London, the Southwest, there's a part that says the proposed changes would allow for London series recently added by Stats Canada to be utilized as an index for municipalities in Southwestern Ontario. Now, I just thought, do we have something, Jim, that we use? Do we use the Ottawa, or not the Ottawa, but do we use the Toronto series? And I was just thinking, if we don't, it says we could use, or at least put in the new bylaw that we could use the figures from London to figure out the DC charges, or maybe Ken can answer that too. It just,
So through your worship, I'm just quickly trying to find the briefing document that we were using when Bill and I provided council an update on, I think it was Bill 7 or Bill 5 and then Bill 10. They've all, the numbers are all merging together, but basically what this change is doing is it's instead of using the standard set of numbers that is associated with Toronto, which tends to have a much higher costing in terms of the infrastructure, which then puts an increased cost to the DC that then a developer pays to recognize that increased cost. there was a recognition by the province that costs for infrastructure outside of the GTA tended to be slightly less for whatever reason. So they refer to it as the London Index. And so what this does is it gives the ability of a municipality outside of the horseshoe when doing their DCs to actually use that London number, which is a lesser cost if that is the reflection of what happens, to then calculate the DC charges that would then be applicable. So what Watson's is saying is that that seems to be a reasonable thing to do, because based on what is happening in and around Gray, but also stretching all the way to London, we tend to be in that lower cost region.
Thank you, Ken. Did you want to add anything, Jim?
No, I just think it's more reflective to our region, maybe a little bit. But I see our CBO is still there too. He may have more insight than.
Okay. Phil, do you want to add anything?
Through you. No, I think it was Ken and Jim covered it all there.
Okay, thank you. Martin?
Yeah, and the other part of the letter, number 3, expand the municipality to spend or allocate 60% of development charge reserve funds to all eligible services. Is that going to affect the other reserves? Like we have to do that, or because it looks like it could be mandated that we will be doing that the way I read the letter. Because there might not be projects ready to use it. If it is used there for annual basis for their reporting, that my way of thinking, it could affect reserves.
So through your worship, just reading over what Watson's is saying, in their response back to the province, they're basically saying at this point, it's really hard to say because the wording in the proposed regulation that the province wants to create is unclear. So they're basically saying it's unclear how that's going to affect you. If council will recall, I think it was a year, maybe 2 years ago, the province made changes to the DC Act that said that you had to allocate 60% or actually spend 60% of your reserves. So you needed to show on a yearly basis through some sort of report that you've either got projects that you are allocating that money to, or at least 60% of it, or you have projects that are ready to go that you're actually taking the money out of the reserve and spending. And that was because there was a concern, which I think most feel was mainly centered around the bigger cities, that their DC reserves were significantly high. But then when you think about, well, what is a place like Toronto or Ottawa building? Well, they're building transit, they're building major sewage treatment plants, major water facilities. Those aren't cheap. So of course their reserves are going to keep building and building, because if you have to build a new subway, it's going to take a lot of, like, even the municipal portion, because it's usually a 3-way funding, federal, provincial, municipal. Even the municipal portion is going to be significant. So, but at this point, the regulation wording is unclear, so I can't provide you much more than that.
Well, that's when I read the letter, it was clear as mud to me. So I just thought yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Any other? Barb, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Shipston, for pulling this. With regard to the 60%, if I recall, there was some concern expressed through AMO that originally the requirement was that you spend. It didn't, I don't think it actually said allocate when it was in draft. I'm glad to see that it's saying that we don't have to spend it in the year that it's collected. We can allocate it to the fire truck, to the new water tower, the infrastructure that's required. So that is a welcomed nuance to that. And the way I read it was that it's now expanded to all eligible services. So that might be the library but I think we're already doing it anyway. I think we already allocate our DCs to those specific projects for specific use. it's the reporting requirement that's going to be more administrative for our staff. Is that kind of where this is?
Through your worship, I just recall back to something that Bill actually mentioned when we were giving you that briefing. That whenever he hears that the province wants to enact a regulation, here comes more, red tape.
More paperwork.
So.
Yep.
I thought that.
Okay,
well
any
put
further?
by-
Jim, you had something to add?
Yeah, no, I just, for our particular circumstance with our DC, the one broad range is the the rural highway component. We don't necessarily always target a specific upgrade area that could be. We've been doing that a little bit more lately with the way we've been doing paving projects and putting extra depth and increasing level of service to be able to pull on that DC. But I think that's one area where it's a little bit broad within what we've done in the past, and we might have to tighten that up. That, okay, we've got this project that's on the books and this will be using those DC funds. But I recall back too, I had some questions with the first iteration that, we're saving to build something that's 5 or more years away. There's no way we want to spend that money right now because we're going to need it in 5 years to build this water tower or whatever the infrastructure is. So.
Yep. Good point. Martin?
Just one more, like, Ken, you're saying it's unclear. It says in the letter that Watson's did send their comments in. Did, they obviously talk to you because we're clients, but did you send in or your department send in any other comments over and above what Watson's did, or?
So through your worship, no, we provided comments specific to the planning aspects of Bill, I think it was 17 and Bill 5, which came to council. But beyond that, this came out and we left it to Watson since they're the experts on it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Anything else? Okay, we'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. General announcements. Who has anything they'd like to share? Barb?
Thank you. And just wanted to mention that we spoke about the Grey County Truck Show this weekend. It's also a charity. The admission is free, but free will donation, whether it's a non-perishable item or a financial donation, will be supporting the food bank.
Very good. Thank you, Barb. Anything else? Nope. Okay. We have bylaws. Presume we're going to take these all unless somebody pulls one out. Lindsay?
Yeah, we're just through you, Mayor Milne. We're just pulling 14.5, which is the township zoning bylaw amendment for the decks and accessory structures based on our earlier conversation. But I have the amendment for the,
Oh, okay. 14.5.
yeah.
Okay. So I have a request to, I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the following bylaws dated August 6, 2025, save and accept items 14.5. Are there any others that wish to be removed? Nope. Okay. Be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and the clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and entered into the bylaw book. Someone care to move that, please? Jim, thank you. Second, Martin. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. So that brings us to 14.5, which is the bylaw, as Lindsay indicated, regarding the decks and accessory structures, the zoning bylaw amendment.
So
Madam
through you,
Clerk?
yeah,
Yep.
I'll just read, Ken helps me out with the wording here. So the motion will read, assuming this is what council wants to do, of course, be it resolved that council approve bylaw 2025-089, being a bylaw to amend Township of Southgate zoning bylaw 19-2002 as amended as follows. So it's section 5.1 G2 will be amended to read mechanical equipment such as air conditioners, heat pumps, and similar necessary for servicing the main or accessory use on the property may project 0.9 meters into any required yard or required setback, but no closer than 0.5 meters from any lot line to limit the projection specifically to side yards.
Very good.
And that the bylaw as amended be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, are
Sealed.
normal.
Yep.
Yes.
Very good. Thank
I
you, Lindsay.
believe that captures what.
I think
was
that's what I was hearing as well, unless someone objects. Barb?
I would move it.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Martin?
And my question to Ken, how did we go from 1.2 meters down to 0.9?
So through your worship, think of a projection as what you're allowed to project from the wall of the building into the required side yard. So in an R1 zone, so an R1 lot, you have a minimum side yard for the primary building of 1.5 meters. So that's what has to be from the shared property line with the neighbor to the outside wall of your house. So then what a projection does is it says you may project from that wall up to specified distance. So by reducing it, we actually make sure that you can't bring that air conditioning unit in a side yard so close that you're trespassing essentially onto the neighboring property. The only thing I would add, just in terms of what Lindsay's written, I think the last bit of the sentence is not needed. I think it can stop at
No closer than 0.5 meters from any lot line
Yeah.
to limit the projection.
Yeah, take out everything to limit the projection, because I think
Okay.
Bill and I were going back and forth about what to do and whether to take them out completely, but then we went back to the discussion we had with Counselor Shipston about, well, what happens if there's a retrofit? And that's the only place it could go. So. we
So I'll
thought
just read the
reduce-
amendment quickly again.
Please.
Mechanical, so it will read mechanical equipment such as air conditioners, heat pumps, and similar necessary for servicing the main or accessory use on the property may project 0.9 meters into any required yard or required setback, but no closer than 0.5 meters from any lot line.
Okay.
Go from our part.
That is the amended bylaw. Mover and seconder is good with that? Any questions? All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Lindsay, for your help on that. Okay, we have another closed meeting. Be it resolved that council proceed into closed session at, that is 1:20. In order to address matters relating to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. The first subject is litigation update. A proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. The subject is acquisition of land update and personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. That is the third, which is the CAO performance review, and that all those required remain in attendance. Someone move that, please. Jason, seconded by Jim. Thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. We Okay, we're bringing the meeting back to order in open session. I can confirm that we only discussed those items that were listed on the closed meeting agenda. We have a confirming bylaw for today's meeting. Someone care to move that, please? Barb will move, Martin will second. All those in favor? That is carried. Barb will move, we adjourn. Seconder? Jason seconds it. All those in favor? That is carried. We are now adjourned. Thank you all.